Siri_bot said, Siri_bot is here. Stream Elements said, Desnooter is now live. Streaming art requests. Lock the Epic says, I am here. Pepperskunk39 said, hi. Gajalotfand King Conf just redeemed request slot for 3000 points. Gajalotfand King Conf currently has 10 minutes. Hapjohn said, hello. Astrid Thirdly just redeemed early bird for 1 points. Astrid Thirdly got the worm. Astrid Thirdly currently has 10 minutes. Gajalotfand King Conf said, hi das Neuter maybe continue the Indoraptor TF then not accept IDirex TF. Mischief Horn just redeemed super slot. For 5000 points. Mischief Horn currently has 20 minutes. Share it in Discord. Mischief Horn just redeemed Hail Hydrate. For 5 points. Desnooter says, lock the Epic your points balance is 635. Mischief Horn just redeemed BOOP Desnoot. For 5 points. Hugiboserble6921 said, hey there, sorry to say but I have to go to sleep in an hour's time. Video Game Andrew said, I'm here. My day was okay. Hope you doing good to so far. Video Game Andrew said, good your. I am a bit busy but here. Kamajot just redeemed request slot for 3000 points. Kamajot currently has 10 minutes.
Alright everyone, we are here. So let me catch up with the chat real quick.
Lock the Epic says, it's time.
Aha, it is definitely time. So thank you for stopping in today, Pepper Skunk. Also thank you for stopping in, Hap John. Hello. Hope y'all are doing well. Yes, we will absolutely, and for Godzilla, King Kong, we are absolutely continuing the Indoraptor transformation because of Rule 3. Thank you for coming in today, Huge Bowser Ball. I appreciate that, even though you're so tired. If you would like to do a request slot, I will work on your request whether you stay or not. But remember, you have to do a request slot. Video Game Andrew, I'm here. Welcome in, Video Game Andrew. I hope you're doing well. It was okay. Hope you're doing good so far. Yeah, I had a...
HugeAboServal6921 said, is it okay that I go to in half an hour's time? Gajalotfand King Kong said, I relax a while to the need to noms etc.
Probably
Since
fine.
I don't want to stay up.
Just a sec. Good yeah, so I was a little tired this morning because I think I overdid it on my run,
Log
but
the
I'm
Epic
feeling
says,
better now.
I'll do one, but how will I do it when I am on YouTube?
Is it okay if I go in
Coco
half an
4
hour's
Coco
time?
Pix just redeemed
Yes,
super
Bowser Ball.
slot. For 5,000 points.
As I always say...
Coco 4 Coco Pix currently has 20 minutes.
Why the heck isn't my voice gate working? The TTS keeps interrupting me. Voice gate, hello? Hello? It's on there. Okay, that's a pain. So I have to bring this down to 1%, apparently.
Video Game Andrew just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points.
Okay, that was really annoying that the program kept interrupting me. I'll try to bring my microphone closer to my face, see if that makes any difference. I think it did a little bit, but we're still not going to be able to have too much. That's annoying.
HugeAboServal6921 said, I hope you work on my drawing while I'm sleeping.
Yeah, so Huge Bowser Ball, to get work on your drawing, let's see here. Boop Snoot Super Slot, Request Slot. Boop to Snoot, Hail Hydrate, Super Slot,
King
Mr.
Kong
Form.
said, I let you the choice what it should be, no worries.
Yeah, so, Godzilla, to get work on your request today, you will need to use the request slot or the super request slot redeem, because the early bird has already been taken. So yeah, you don't have to stay here. You could absolutely dip, but like, just remember to get work on your request, you need to use the redeems. We go ahead and update the list and make sure that it's saying things correctly. We got Boop Snoots, we got
Lucky Fandog 1121 said, what you doing in it me?
What?
The Snooter said, welcome to the stream. We do art requests here every Friday. As a first timer, you are pre-approved for 10 minutes of draw time on your very own free art request. If you are interested, be sure to read the rules first, then comment your request into the chat. Otherwise, feel free to just chill with us. Rules if you're having a hard time finding them. Requests for details on more free draw time. Discord to join our community and get updates on your request. Feel free to ask me anything, or type FAQ to access the FAQ.
For those who want more out of every
You
moment
still
this
make
summer,
my request.
Mazda has more 2025
Lock the
IIHS
Epic
top
says.
Dang.
How will I do one?
Sounds like my ad blocker died.
Thank you for the follow
Which
Lucky
is a
Fan Dog
problem.
1121.
I'll figure out what I can do about that. Thank you for the follow, Lucky Fan Dog. The bot should give you all the details. There's the FAQ, the rules, and how to get the request. So yeah, we're doing requests today. I've already added you to the list.
6921 said, it's 10:29 p.m. here.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Video
so
Game
yeah.
Andrew said, BRB.
Oh my god, seriously, the voice gate still isn't working. This is so frustrating. Okay, so huge Bowser Ball. Definitely take care of yourself first and foremost and go to sleep if you need to. To get work done on your request today, you will need to use a request slot redeem. That is the pink
I
nose
wish you
icon.
streamed 10 hours later like on that one day.
Again, the TTS keeps interrupting me. This is so annoying. Okay, I have it turned down super low now, so it should stop doing that. Okay, so let's see if I can get through this again. So yeah, to get a request, you will need to use the request slot or super request slot redeems by clicking the pink nose icon at the bottom of chat. Lucky Fan Dog, I know you. You're
Lucky
not a
Fan
first
Dog
timer.
1121 said, what I miss.
Yeah, we're just having some tech trouble because I'm trying to figure out, trying to get the TTS to stop interrupting me. Because the voice gate's giving me problems. Lucky Dog, I do remember you. Give me a second to pull up your request. Here it is. So, as you can see, Lucky Dog, we're actually pretty close to finishing it. It just needs to be finished lining and coloring. So things have changed a little since last time. To get some time to work on your request, you have to use the redeems nowadays. That is the pink nose button at the bottom of chat. You click that and go to request slot or super request slot, and that will get you some time on your request. So I'm going to do things a little bit differently and do the early bird first. So let's find a Larry Duke's request and get started on that soon. And let me try to catch up with chat. It's 10:30. Yeah, definitely go to bed, Huge Bowser Ball. If you don't have enough points, you don't have enough points, and we can work on it next time. But you taking care of yourself and taking care of your health is much more important than this stream or any art request. What I miss? Sticky Man got a request slot. Got it.
Stinkyman 2014 just redeemed request slot for 3,000 points. Stinkyman 2014 currently has 10 minutes.
Stinky Man, you're actually... You and Coco are actually on the... But you, Coco, and Mischiefhorn are actually on the subscribers list. Okay, so Mischiefhorn got a super plus 20. Coco got a super plus 20. Stinky Man got a regular, so that's plus 10.
Lucky Fan Dog 1121 said, can you make Pongo become Anthro version of Tinkerbell? Video Game Andrew said, back. Gajalotfand King Kampf said, I am back again soon. Lock the Epic says, so, How will I use a request slot on YouTube?
Okay, so, the request slots, I believe you checked your balance, 635. Just a minute. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to catch up with all the chats. Click this live button and make sure things are... So, as soon as you get 1,000 points, then you're gonna go ahead and type exclamation...
Hello. Welcome to Says No Te Request Stream. To get a request, just log into the channel points section and redeem a Laton's stream. If you are new to the stream, you will automatically get the last minutes. If you have a request in mind, you can also use channel point.
HugeaboSerble6921 said, I will miss all the potential points I would get.
Your health is more important than Your health is more important than getting points or having any art requests, so take care of yourself. If you want to maybe trick the system and get some points while sleeping, you could take like your phone and put it on very low volume and have it just watching the stream while you sleep. So you want to put it on low volume, not no volume. If there is no volume, it's not going to treat you like a viewer, and I don't think it gives you as many points. But if you have it like low volume and have it in a place you can't hear, even if it's only like one click of volume, or you have headphones in so you can't hear it or something, that will count you as a viewer and you'll be getting tons of points for the whole stream. Not as many points as you would get as an active viewer and pressing the green button when it pops up, but you'd still be getting points. So yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine, but like I'm saying, you should absolutely get your sleep. I don't want anyone staying up or compromising their health for me or my stream. Although I do appreciate everyone's support, and all of my subscribers, thank you so much. Alright, so it looks like the Twitch is going to yell at me to play an ad again already. Also, I'm going to do the early bird like I said, so we're going to try to find Astrid the Ridley and resume their request. Here we go. Yeah, I just feel like the early bird should be first because that's kind of the whole theme, is that you're first and therefore you get stuff. So that'll be fun. So we're going to do that one first, and I'm going to play an ad, and then we'll get started. Thank you all for understanding.
LuckyFandog1121 said, how Pongo become Anthro version of Tinkerbell? Lock the Epic says, so, I need to get 365 more points. HugeaboSerble6921 said, I will not do that. Desnooter says, lock the Epic, your points balance is 720. LuckyFandog1121 said, I'm excited to see my request is done. HugeaboSerble6921 said, I prefer I sleep well than get points. Good luck with the drawings.
Thank you for the well wishes. Definitely get some sleep. Good night.
Lock the Epic says, okay, 280 points left. Gajalotfand King Kong said, this is a lot of artworks.
That is a fact. We are back from the ad break now. I agree, it is definitely a lot of work. Which is why I'm going to try to stay on task today. So in between each request, we're going to try to move to the next request right away without any stopping. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, just failing at basic human anatomy, don't mind me. That actually looks about right. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to clothes right now. I'm totally gonna redo that hand at some point, but I don't feel like redoing it right now. I need to bring this much closer. I can see what I'm doing. Yes. Also, I believe, let's see again. Lock the Epic, you receive points. There's no like green buttons or anything there. It's just a consistent reward every minute or so. I think you get like 8 points a minute or something. I can look up the exact number, but I don't remember it right now. That's not right. That's not right. Okay, that is right. That part's right. The other part's not right. Let's do this.
Lock the Epic says. Oh sweet.
Yeah, I'll just check what the actual number is real quick.
Lucky Fandog 1121 said, okay.
It's not enough points. Points amount, command, action. Where the heck is it? Oh, present viewers trigger. Alright, I just checked it. It is...
Southwest is introducing...
It is 5 points per minute. Right? Yes, it's 5 points per minute.
Assigned seating! Assigned seating!
Now we can choose our seats before we get on the plane.
I have a question.
Doesn't every airline do assigned seating?
They do now.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right
It
now,
is
new
so
customers
distracting.
can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Desnooter says, lock the Epic, your points balance is 745. Lucky Fandog 1121 said, can you add big boob and butt on Pongo, become Anthro version of Tinker Bell if you want?
This is a safe for work stream. Please make sure to keep all the things you say safe for work. Remember, this stream has minors in it.
Sorry.
But yeah, so we are working on Astrid the Ridley's request right now of Astrid the Ridley's OC having a magic battle with Raven from Teen Titans. Astrid the Ridley, if you are in chat, please let me know if this OC of yours has a backstory you would like to share with us. I love hearing about people's characters.
Zonstone Gazer says, face blue smiling. Desnooter says, Zonstone Gazer, your points balance is 940.
Welcome in, Zonstone Gazer. I hope you're doing well.
Video Game Andrew said, BRB.
Okay, Andrew, see you again soon. I have a hard time telling what's going on over there, but that's fine.
Kaka for Kakapik Sade. Yeah. BTW Snoot.
Zonstone Gazer says, soon trademark.
I have new emotes now.
That's so awesome. Let's take a look. And we have that adorable cookie one. Oh, you got the smug one, the boy kisser. I love it. And a cute little wave and a raid. That is so awesome. I'm glad to see those. I still think you should get an emote or a drawing of your character, of the coconut Vulpix, doing that coconut bomb, coconut bomb technique you were talking about. I'm trying to remember what they're called. I think they're called moves in Pokemon, not techniques.
If he ever told you that.
Desnooter says, lock the epic, your points balance is 765.
I'm getting that one soon.
Aha, aha. I can't
Just
wait to
waiting
see
now
it.
someone to do the boom that.
That sounds awesome. I can't wait to see how they do.
Video Game Andrew
figure out what
said,
I'm looking at
back.
here. I think these things are like supposed to be on the back side, so we wouldn't actually see them because we're seeing the palm side of the hand on both edges, so we wouldn't actually see these gold things because they're about where a watch would be if it was a wristwatch. We are gonna need this.
Kaka for Kakapik Sade. I'm still surprised lock and can use YouTube when it's arguably better to just be on Twitch.
Well, I mean, yes and no.
Can.
The thing is, if you're gonna be, if you're able to be an active viewer, then yes, Twitch is better because they give you those green boxes and raid bonuses and all these other cool things. But if you're going to be a passive viewer and you don't have time to be very active in the stream while it's going on, YouTube just gives you passive points without any of those extra conditions. So it's worth it to be on YouTube if you're not going to be able to be actively engaging. So we're done with the early bird for today. Thank you for coming in, Astrid the Ridley, and getting that early bird bonus. As you can see, we were working on your clothes. I adjust the proportions on the hands a bit, and we got most of the clothes done for your OC. I can't wait to be working on it again. Let's see here, who's next on the list? We're not doing the free ones now, we're going into the subscriber section. And that would be the gold recluse. I'm gonna run an ad real quick and then we're gonna get started right away, so we can try to be more efficient with our draw time.
Video game Andrew said, I done first Disney Twisted Wonderland book.
Oh no. I don't remember what brush I used. Y'all help me. Help me please. I don't remember what brush I used. Could potentially use the pencil brush, but... Oh, this is so frustrating. Like, I made a paint palette, so I at least have my colors. But there's no, like, brushes palette, and I have like 10 million brushes. I think it's this one. It's not this one. It's maybe this one. No, it's not this one. No.
True, but counterpoint. Twitch has super slots.
Gajalotfand King Conf said, tired but happy to go sleep again.
That's true. I think it was Havbris. I'm gonna go with Havbris. Mainly because I just love this one. Okay, that made things worse. Refresh it. I believe color rate is the one I need to. There we go. Yeah. Strongly suspect it was Havbris because this is a brush I use a lot. It kinda looks right. I'm a big fan of the Havbris brush. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of looking like it does on the other side. It's not quite as sharp.
Says, I have both Twitch and YouTube open, but only one video can play at a time since I'm on mobile.
Yeah, that's too bad. I wonder what would happen if you were on PC. I wonder if you could actually get points from both at the same time. That would be an interesting exploit for someone to try. But yeah, Coconut, you're right. I should really get around to
Last I
making
checked, YouTube has basic 5-minute. Or was that updated?
Let's turn my voice gate threshold down even further. Let me check. Yeah, you're right. I didn't realize that. I don't know what the efficiency is. Also, my timer's not up. My timer's not started either. Great. So much for efficiency. Give me a sec.
Desnooter says, lock the epic your points balance is 785. Coco 4 Coco Pix says, YT. Video game Andrew said, timer.
Thank you,
Desnooter
Andrew.
says, Coco 4 Coco Pix your points balance is 3,285.
Trying to make some calculations real quick. So let's see here, 10 minutes divided by 3,000 equals, that's not helping. 3,000 divided by 10 minutes equals 300. 1,000 points divided by 5 minutes equals 200. So it is not as efficient. Or is it more efficient?
Zonstone Gazer says, I have multiple devices, but RN I'm waiting to be picked up for work.
Okay, we have the timer going for real this time.
Desnooter says, lock the epic your points balance is 805. Lucky Fandog 1121 said, what up? Zonstone Gazer says, I could leave my tablet on the Twitch side to get points there.
Well, that's one way to do it. I suppose I probably shouldn't be encouraging people to exploit the system, but I'm kind of curious what will happen, because if you don't do it, someone else is gonna do it. Once they figure it out. And it's not like I want to tell people, no, you can only support me on one platform. You know, like, obviously, I appreciate the support on every platform. I'll just have to figure out the balance at some point. This looks pretty good. This half-bris is working out. Is there a half-bris dry? This is soft, hard, soft rake. No. Sticking with this one.
Zonstone Gazer says, there.
Awesome. So let's see how that goes. There are other advantages in YouTube in that I haven't found a way. I know there is a way, but I haven't found a way to limit how many request slots people can get over there. So if people are out of request slots on Twitch, so I have put a limit on that, then technically they could go over to YouTube. Should probably fix that. Honestly, what I should really do is make... First of all, I need to update my request slot, the basic request slot, to 10 minutes on the YouTube side. Like, 5 minutes is just way too short. Like, we just don't get enough done to make it worth it with these 5-minute request slots. So, I definitely need to change that to 10. Also, I need to... Hold on a sec, I need to look at my reference. Okay, so Under the Eyes has a bunch of this red shoot, and, yeah, it's just generally darker around it. So I'm gonna put that on a different layer. At least I think I am. I did. What? Weird. Why is that on that layer? That is very strange. Okay, whatever. Let me grab my dark color. Grab my airbrush, and frankly, this needs to be orange.
One day I want to ace my serve. One day I want to fill my passport.
Next!
One day I want to nail my skincare routine. So I make healthy
Lucky
choices
Fandog
and take a
1121
multivitamin
said,
designed for women.
what place for
One a
Pongo
day
become
is the
Anthro
multivitamin
Tinkerbell?
designed for every woman's one day. We're here for you. Science that matters for
Gajalot
nutritional
and King
support.
Kongf said,
Grab your
those
one-a-day
are eyes.
vitamins at your favorite retailer today.
That they are, that they are. We need the airbrush, and we need less opacity on it.
Mischiefhorn said, hi hi.
Hey, hey! Mischiefhorn, you actually had a hydrate earlier. Let me go redeem that. Also, I'm on the wrong layer right now. Let me grab my water bottle. Give it a little shake. Open it up. And get a drink.
Mischiefhorn just redeemed Hail Hydrate. For 5 points. Mischiefhorn just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points. De Snooter says, Zon Stonegazer your points balance is 1010. Lucky Fandog 1121 said, De Snooter how I BOOP knows.
How to boop the nose is the same way that you do the other redeems, which is clicking on the pink nose at the bottom of the chat and then going to boop to snoot. However, it has a cooldown, so you're not going to be able to use it again for a while. I think it's 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes.
Mischiefhorn said, 5 snoots.
Is 5 boops. Alright, so we're gonna run an ad real quick and then I'm gonna keep working on this. I just realized I was on the wrong layer for a portion, so I'll probably add a minute back.
Coco4CocoPic said, at Lucky Fandod 1121 please stop asking and just be patient. There will be no more warnings. Next time you ask about your request, I'm timing you out.
Sorry.
Alright, so these eyes are really starting to come to life and I am all for it. Very excited about this. So yeah, I adjusted the color to be a little bit more towards the redder side of the spectrum. I'm trying to keep everything kind of towards the same. I'm trying to keep the color palette towards the same side of the spectrum. And using a complementary colors palette. So like basically this stuff back here is blue and then the Momo in front is like tinted slightly yellow. And then, so that means I can't drift too far from yellow, so I tinted it slightly towards red so it's a little closer to the pink from the original sculpture. And hopefully, I'm hoping the color context will make it look more pink than it is.
Lucky Fandog 1121 said, BOOP to shoot.
Heck yeah, boopin' that snoot.
Mischiefhorn said, this first time catching the start of your stream. I'm not usually awake around this time.
Dang. Well, welcome to the morning hours, I suppose. Let's see here, what layer am I working on now? Hold on, I need to concentrate. I'm gonna work on this face layer real quick. Which means, uh-oh. Wait, no, I should be fine. Okay, I know what I need to do. I decided I'm gonna want her eyes to be just like a little bit matte. So I'm gonna use not quite full black, but mostly black. I also need to look at my sketch layer real quick. Put these pupils in.
Mischief Horn said, only reason why was cause I was too exhausted last night.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, I just got back onto daytime hours. Because of my sleep disorder, I cycled around back to daytime hours, and I'm really hoping that this time I can use all my treatments and my methods and my routines and all that other shoot to fully and successfully cure my sleep condition.
Desnooter says, lock the epic your points balance is 835.
These are not the same size. That is frustrating.
Lucky Fandog 1121 said, I already joined your Discord server.
That's good to hear. For anyone else who would like to join the Discord server, you can check the pinned message or type in !Discord. Alright, that is coming to life. Now we're gonna shadow it. Probably should have done this last because it would have looked great in the time lapse. Oh well. Turn on separate layers so I can just use the erase tool. Toggle between it super fast. Super fast. Okay, where's my light source again? Like right. Just kind of couched, but oh well. Don't want this to be all. I think the outer side is where it should be pointed.
Zonstone Gazer says, hydrate. Okay, unfortunately we got a ding, so I have to stop working on this, but I look forward to working on it more during the off-stream. Also, I'm considering that the shadow layer might need to be a little darker. Oh wow, it's already at maximum opacity. That is weird. Alright, well, I'll figure out what I can do later. Let's just see who's next on the list, and let's get started with them. Looks like Jack the Legend Shoutmon. So I'm still having a bit of a time trying to block this character in. I'm gonna try to get them right, but we're gonna get the timer started right away and get moving with this one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see the problem. The legs aren't quite long enough because the top. Okay. Scrunch it just a bit. Grab the whole layer and bring it up. That should do the trick. Also, I noticed last time that I absolutely made the head facing too far to the side. Like, he's practically breaking his neck. Like, yeah, he's looking away from the direction he's facing, and that's gonna be neck strain no matter how you slice it, but let's not overdo it, huh? Coco 4 Coco Pix says, hydrate.
Okay, let's do some hydrate. Let me grab my water bottle. Give it a little shake. And open it up.
Desnooter says, lock the epic your points balance is 855.
Very refreshing. I'm gonna run an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in 60 seconds.
Video Game Andrew said, I have to leave around 1 o'clock 12:30 or 1 p.m. EST.
No worries, Andrew. Thank you for stopping in today. I appreciate that. Hope you have a good time wherever it is you're going, whatever it is you're doing.
HugeaboSerble6921 said, heading to bed now. See you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Well, I mean, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, but I'll see you next week, and take care of yourself. Sleep well. Night-night.
HugeaboSerble6921 said, bye.
Night-night. Okay, so let's try to get this anatomy right. I have been studying arms lately. You'll notice how the deltoid comes into the bicep ways, and it does so somewhere towards the anterior of the arm.
Desnooter says, Zon Stonegazer your points balance is 65.
Wait a second. Is that right? Dang, it must be. I think that's because you used a request slot last time and I accidentally gave you 10 minutes. Because I didn't realize that the YouTubers were only paying 1,000 points and that they were only supposed to get 5 minutes. Really need to update that one of these days, but I am just so busy this month with the art fight stuff going on. Okay, looks like we're holding a weapon, and we're holding it backwards like a dude. In that case, I'm going to attempt to draw a cube on this. Draw a box. Yep. Every character, every fundamental, every drawing can be broken down into fundamental shapes. No shape is more fundamental than a box.
Zon Stonegazer says, hand orange covering eyes.
And orange covering, oh, that's an emote, got it. Yeah, I'm a little surprised it's that low as well, but no worries. So remember, at any point you have feelings about what the current points balance is, you can always go to the ideas and feedback channel of the Discord. And we can discuss things there. I always like to listen to what my community has to say and try out new things.
Are you ready for the Fill the Grill event at Grocery Outlet? It's happening July 11th through 13th, Friday, Saturday, and
Video
Sunday
Game
only.
Andrew
Save
said,
up to 50%
send me
versus
WIP
traditional
on my
grocery
Discord
stores on all
Holney
the
get
grilling
my
goodies
art
you
done
need,
and see
like
you
thick
next
cut
Friday.
steaks, tender chicken,
Sounds
saucy
good,
fish, and
Andrew.
more.
Thank
Whether
you for
you're hosting a
supporting the
backyard
channel.
bash or barbecuing for the family, we've got the deals to help you grill big and save bigger. Don't wait. Fill your grill this Friday through Sunday at your local grocery outlet while supplies last.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
So wrong about this one. Why is this one not working out? I'm not sure, but I'm not going to mess with it all stream. Let's move on to the arm over here. Okay. Better cheat a little on this. That's not great, but I think it does the trick. Much of this guy's body show. Navel is supposed to be here. Really?
The snooter says, lock the epic, your points balance is 880. Lock the epic says, 120 points left.
Getting there, getting there.
Lock the epic says, for the exact 1000. Coco for Coco Pix says, still better to go to Twitch and grind there for the extra time.
Yeah, I should probably add the supers. I think I will do that because I don't want the YouTubers to be that disadvantaged. This is a little further forward than it should, but that's probably fine. I Excellent. Let's go ahead and save and move on to the next one on the list. After Jack the Legend comes Stinky Man, who has an extra 10 minutes. Stinky Man's request is right here. Start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gonna run an ad real quick and then we'll keep going. Next up is the background.
Gajalotfand King Kampf said, next week I must see what I can do at home by my parents' home.
Sounds good.
Snooter says, lock the epic your points balance is 905.
You're getting there. Definitely getting close.
Coco4 Coco Pig said, is like giving aware that YouTube will only get him 5 minutes 4,000 points compared to the 10 minutes they'll get here for the same amount of weight time.
No worries, I'll fix that later. I don't think it's the same amount of waiting though, because YouTubers get 5 points a minute, and I calculated that to be pretty similar to what you get on Twitch. At least it shouldn't be that far off.
Desnooter says, lock the epic your points balance is 930. Kamajot said, "Heya everyone."
Hi Kamajots, how are you doing today? I hope everything's going well for you.
Kamajot said, "Were you able to get to my piece at all? I sent a redeem your way."
You are on the list, I think, right? Oh, what the heck? You should be on the list. Where were you? Let's see here. Super slot, Coco, request slot, Kamajot. Normal request slot. Sorry, I must have misplaced it when I was moving all the request slots up to the subscriber section. But yeah, I have your request slot listed on the list now. Or now. Very soon. Now it should be on the list. Looks like it was a 10-minute request slot. Okay, I think everything else is up to date. But yes, we're doing the subscriber section first. We did the early bird first, technically, just because that one's super fun and we should totally do it first. And now we're doing the subscriber section. So all the request time for those who are subscribers.
Desnooter says, Lock the epic. Your points balance is 950.
And for clarification, everyone, I've been trying to get the speaker bot to stop saying the point values every time someone types in points and whatnot. Like, if I type in ! Discord or something, it'll just ignore the message on Twitch. But it doesn't seem to on YouTube, and I can't get it to... Wait a minute. You had to type in points to get that, and I didn't hear you say points. Maybe it is working. Maybe I did fix it, and I just didn't get around to testing it. Let's find out, huh? I left the timer on pause this whole time. Dang it. Okay, give me a minute. I have a way to figure this out. Alright, I made a slight adjustment to the command, so next time someone types it, well, I'll just do it myself. I think I fixed it. We're gonna have to wait a bit longer to find out for sure, but I think I fixed it. And it's gonna make this entire stream so much better. Go back to the fountains layer. And let's cheat. Okay, so I do need to remember that these are in fact dimensional objects, therefore they should converge on the vanishing point.
Smugs Bunny TV said, "Hi hi."
Welcome in, Smugs Bunny TV. How are you today?
Desnooter said, "Welcome to the stream. We do art requests here every Friday. As a first timer, you are pre-approved for 10 minutes of draw time on your very own free art request. If you are interested, be sure to read the rules first, then comment your request into the chat. Otherwise, feel free to just chill with us." Rules if you are having a hard time finding them. Requests for details on more free draw time. Discord to join our community and get updates on your request. Feel free to ask me anything, or type FAQ to access the FAQ. I'm great, thanks. Hope you're all having a good day so far.
Well, we're doing our best. I think I overdid it on my run this morning, so I was a little bit tired when I first started out. But we're kind of moving right along now, and I'm liking that. Like, so much progress on this background is getting done, which is probably because I forgot to set the timer for, like, most of it. But we're just gonna ignore that and pretend it didn't happen. Oh well. Cheat. I'm gonna cheat these lines. Bring down the opacity on this layer and this layer. Oop, this layer's not done. So these lines are totally parallel.
John Kranz said, "Hi Desnooter." Desnooter said, "Welcome to the stream. We do art requests here every Friday. As a first timer, you are pre-approved for 10 minutes of draw time on your very own free art request. If you are interested, be sure to read the rules first, then comment your request into the chat. Otherwise, feel free to just chill with us."
Aha! Welcome in everyone, welcome in everyone. So, Smug Bunny TV, tell me what you're up to today. I hope you're having a good time and eating healthy and doing lots of cool stuff and not bored out of your mind. Let's see here, then we have... Wait, who else was the new person? Oh, John Krantz. Welcome in. I'm gonna let the TTS catch up, and I hope you are doing well today as well. As you can see, we do art requests here, and we're working on this Pokemon art request. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna mess with the fountains.
Rules if you're having a hard time finding them. Requests for details on more free draw time. Discord to join our community and get updates on your request. Feel free to ask me anything, or type FAQ to access the FAQ.
Coco4 CocoPic said, "Suddenly new people."
Smugs Bunny TV said, "Ahaha, I'm working unfortunately, but about to have some lunch, so that's nice."
Oh, that's good, that's good. Are you having anything good for lunch, or are you just eating healthy? Or, fluff forbid, are you eating frugal? Do tell.
Stingkaiman 2014 said, "Looking good. Care to add Dawn's yellow hair clips on her too?" John Kranz said, "I'm doing great. How are you doing today?"
I'm doing alright today. I think I overdid it on my run this morning, but I'm feeling alright now.
Lock the Epic says, "Okay, getting there."
Just a second.
I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, so we're moving along a bit better now. We've done a couple turns so far. As you can see, I've been running my request stream using a timer now because there's just too many to do requests from start to finish like I was when I first started out. So I've been giving everyone about 10 minutes, give or take. Some people get more because they use certain redeems that give them more time, which is why Stinky Man has 11 minutes right now. So far we've done turns for, I want to say, Astrid the Ridley, who got the early bird bonus. Yeah, there's this cool redeem I have that can be used once per stream. It only costs 1 point, but it's once per stream, and it gives people basically a free request slot, so it's super great. Then after that we started on the subscribers. Those are the people who are paying to help support this stream and or received gift subs. Either way, we are very grateful for their support, and we are working on their turns first. and they get about 10 minutes each unless they use some more redeems. We started with the Gold Recluse, then we moved on to Jack the Legend, and now we're working on Stinky Man. Unfortunately, I have to run an ad real quick, but I'll see everyone in about a minute.
Smugs Bunny TV said, I might just have fruit for lunch because I have lots. Plums and kiwis and cherries. John Kronz said, oh, that's really cool.
Okay, I don't know who can hear me right now, but I think I'm going to start lining. For better or for worse. But I'll start with the background so that it's... yeah. Let's also go back to my dynamic brush tool and turn off the symmetry tool. I also want these lines to be 6. Any of this even gonna show up? Only this side is gonna show up. So I don't need to worry too much about getting the other side correct. And that should be good. Also, like, a lot of this ain't showing through the fountain. Speaking of which, let's do the fountain. Oh, we are back from the break right now. I need to remember to resume the timer. So yeah, Stinky Man, if you're here, I'm pretty sure I already added a sketch of the hair clip. Of course, it's not yellow yet because, you know, I use my color coding in my sketch layer. And we're not on the colors yet. But yeah, if there was some other hair clip you were talking about, let me know. So this is... the horizon line is down here. Therefore, I should actually be able to see this from here.
Lock the Epic says. Okay, I just decided to get a slot.
Let me take a look. Oh, that's interesting that it didn't read it out loud. But yes, you are correct, Lock the Epic. Let me go ahead and add you to the list. Lock the Epic. Right, now, this is a YT what? Okay. Can't get tired yet. I have a lot to do today. I also didn't finish the art fight attack I was working on yesterday, so I have to work on that soon. I need to turn the opacity down on these like a lot. There we go. That's much better. Is anyone else in chat participating in Art Fight? Not sure if our newcomers are familiar with Art Fight. If not, do let me know and I can explain it.
Lock the Epic says, "You already know what my request is ever since the first time we met."
Uh-huh. That I do, and I'm pretty sure I have your save file. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Just to double check that we still have it. Lock. Yep, we do still have it. Yep, we're still working on it. Gonna resume that timer and keep working on Stinky Man.
Feraligator2425 said, "How die?"
Thanks for Alligator. How are you doing today? I believe you mentioned that you were going to be working on some art fight attacks last time we spoke.
How die? Loudly crying face, loudly crying face.
TTS just doesn't like you, does it?
Also, I presume we doing requests again.
That is correct. Today is Friday, so it is request day.
Feraligator2425 just redeemed Hail Hydrate. For 5 points.
Alright, thank you for the hydrate. Let me grab my water bottle. Let's give it a little shake. And let's finish the last of the water in it. So I'm gonna have to fill up my water next time I get a hydrate.
Feraligator2425 said, "You props need it."
Probably. Alright, we have a ding. So we need to move on to the next one pretty quickly, but unfortunately I need to take a break real quick. Let me just look at who is next on the list. That would be Video Game Andrew. Let's see here. Your request is down here. Alright, so I'll be right back, everyone. I'm going to play an ad while we're on break, and then once we return, we'll get started with Video Game Andrew.
Zonstone Gazer says, "Hydrate."
Alright everyone, we're back. Oops, I forgot something. Hold on. There we go. I went ahead and refilled up my water bottle so that it will be set for any further hydrate redeems. Alright, I believe we're working on the details of B. So let's start that timer, and let's make sure that we're giving Andrew the correct amount of time. Yes, we are.
Feraligator 2425 said, I would have left to get water during the BRB myself.
Oh no, you totally should have. Clearly we need a redeem that makes the viewers drink water too. I'm not sure that's gonna stay there. I might mess with it later.
The only thing close enough to me is basically cherry bubble water.
Cherry bubble water. That sounds like the kind of thing that my partner, Misamo-chan, would drink. She likes to drink those little ice drinks. Like the brand is called Ice. Like sparkling waters.
Kamijot said, LOL. Not a soda, but flavored water. Oh, ice is good too.
Ah, you do know what I'm talking about. That's good, that's good.
John Kron said, Miss AA.
Aha, Misa. Misamo-chan, my partner, who should totally be watching my stream right about now, but probably isn't. I'll have to bug her later.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, I think it's a Texas thing, but the store that's common around here sells those flavored fizzy waters like Walmart does, just not with wacky flavors. Mischief Horn said, oh, drawing Queen Bee?
I'm attempting to anyway. Let's hear, what details am I missing? Right. I might need to start moving on to the clothes layer in the near future. Are you a fan of the Queen Bee?
Lock the Epic says. Also, I wanna say this, a backstory of Sally is that she was a fallen fairy when she got hit by a small asteroid, and basically she has learned how to use gravity ever since. She still keeps her magic.
That is a great backstory. I like it. Okay. It's starting to look alright. Let's maybe put these little divots in here.
John Kronz said, going to make some coffee quick, BRB.
That sounds good. I'll see you again in a bit. Alright, just a second. I'm gonna try to fix something real quick.
M. Young says, are you going to do my art?
M. Young, just a moment. Let me take a look at your request.
M. Young says, may I see?
Alright, here's what we had last time, and like I told you last time, you're gonna have to use one of the redeems. So, to use redeems on YouTube, here's a list of them. So you will need to use the slot redeem to redeem a basic slot. No, it is not, and it won't be done until you redeem more time on it. It will not get done until you spend your points on some request slots like everyone else is doing.
M. Young says, is it done yet? Kamajot said, I've had some ice drinks myself as well.
Yeah, my grandma used to love them. We always gave them to her because, you know, she was... Where the heck's the undersketch?
Zonstone Gazer says, hydrate.
What the heck happened?
Feraligator 2425 said, I was building up a little more than last time.
That's good, that's good. I don't know why, but I am suddenly feeling hungry.
M. Young says, can Queen be Bay Fairy Godmother?
Rule 3 states that you cannot have more than one active request at a time. You will have to redeem some request slots to finish your current request before starting a new request.
Desnooter says, the request rules can be found by clicking on the following link, deviantart.com/desnooter/art-request-rules-1187847638. Feraligator 2425 said, I'll admit months ago when I first joined I swapped requests, but that was a one-time deal. John Kranz said, I'm back with some French dark roast coffee.
That sounds good, that sounds good.
At John Kranz darker roasts are so bitter though. But I hope it's good.
It's not right. that's not right, because these fingers need to be in front of each other. This object is on the side, actually. The square is this way.
Hi Coco. At Feraligator 2425, that's true, but yes, it's so good.
Sweet sunrise. I'm having a lot of trouble with this hand.
John Kronz said, at Feraligator 2425 also hi.
That is not great, but I can't mess with it all day, and we already ran out of time.
Feraligator 2425 said, oh shoot, I know you're here, but how'd I?
Howdy. Hey Coco, did we ever decide what we were gonna do for the background on this?
John Kronz said, at Mischiefhorn High. Mischiefhorn said, hello.
Yeah, I guess I do need to know what the background is, because the background determines what color I use for the shading.
Why we saying hi all of a sudden?
Oh dang, hi everyone. I'll have to get in on that too.
Is new folks joinin' or wha?
It would seem they are.
Gajalotfan King Kongf just redeemed Hail Hydrate. For 5 points.
Okay, let me get some water. Let me shake the water bottle. Boop. Let me open it up real quick and get a drink.
Astrid Thirdly just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points.
That's very refreshing, thank you. Okay, I guess I'm gonna run an ad real quick and I'm gonna try to get a hold of Coco to figure out what we're doing with the background.
Gajalotfan King Kampf said, not to forget to drink won't be not so good. Zonstone Gazer says, face blue question mark. John Kronz said, I'm not new but I like to say hi to everyone. I moderate for Tine Draws and Disnooter has popped in a few times.
Oh, I remember you now. That's so cool. Welcome in, welcome in.
Coco4 Coco Pick said, found it.
Gajalotfan King Kongf said, WB.
Yeah, I just have to figure out sketches. Looks like we're going for something completely different for the background. Let me see if I can figure it out. Cave with white flowers. So like inside the cave or like at the mouth or maybe... let me see here.
A cave with white flowers.
Feraligator 2425 said, oh.
So John, were you the one who drew the mind horse in Tyne's group? Scroll so far down to find hers. General art, scroll up. The mind horse. Let's get my microphone and get a bit closer. Okay, that was a John Mayonnaise. I'm not sure if that was you.
No wonder I couldn't directly recognize you. Thank you, thank you. John Kronz said, yes I did.
Coca for Kakapik said, well if we're going for the whole Undertake aesthetic, could be something akin to the caves in Rain World.
John Nova 85 said, I saw this piece earlier, it's real good.
Much appreciated. I like how the movement turned out on this piece. Alright, I can work with this.
Astrid Thirdly said, I'm going go now, bye Snoot, smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat.
Sounds good, sounds good. Thank you for stopping in today. Hope to see you again soon.
It's the same name LMAO, it's a long story with another Discord, ha ha ha. Stream Elements said, today's music was provided by Vivek Abhishek. For high quality, royalty free music, check out Feraligator2425 said, well, I don't recognize a lot of people unless I'm around them enough.
Fair enough, fair enough.
For Kakopic Sade, maybe make sure you have markings done right before doing.
Markings done right before doink? Let me see what that said. The markings. You mean like the fur pattern and stuff like that? Check, check. Check, check. Yeah, the markings seem to be done right. Do you see anything I'm missing? Because we have both legs, the tail, and both arms.
Mischiefhorn just redeemed BOOP to Snoot.
Thank you for the
5
Snoot
points. Lock the Epic says, I'm about to go, but in case if you finish the 5-minute timer of my request, maybe off stream, you can send it to me on DMS and the WIPs that is on your server.
Alright, sounds good. Thank you for stopping by today. We appreciate you hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Madiatli says stripes.
Super Johnny 91 said, good afternoon at Das Neuter.
Hey, Super Johnny 91, what are you up to today? As you can see, we're doing requests, and I think we might have a request slot left. If we don't, I think we have a super slot left. I'm not sure what you were saving up for, but I know I've seen you in a couple of the art fight streams, so you should have at least at some point saved up.
Jaxie C. Corgi said, hello. Feraligator2425 said, I mean it, what other markings aside from the stripes?
Yeah, and, did you want me to change something about the stripes?
Super Johnny 91 said, nothing much, just chilling at Das Neuter, and well, I'm saving on for the super extra minutes, like 500 points, like you get 20 minutes or so.
Heck yeah. Good plan, good plan.
Coco for Cocopic said, I'm unsure if you place the stripes right or not.
Thank you so much at Das Neuter.
You're welcome, Super Johnny. We love having you here hanging out with us.
Or if I'm being a derp and forgetting I didn't put stripes on the toes and fingers.
Oh, you're right, there are stripes on the toes and fingers. Alright, well, I guess we can work on that right now.
How would I change the voice settings? At Das Neuter.
You don't. There's only a limited amount of voices, and we just gave Coco voices the other day, like, a couple streams ago, on a whim, as a joke. And I haven't turned them back to normal yet. I'm just hoping I don't run out of them, because the monster voice service program that we're getting these voices from only gives you so many uses of those voices per month.
Oh, I see no evil monkey see.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So it would seem. The only other person, I have both mods, are the only people who have changed voices right now. Misamo-chan has a cute little voice called Sagery. And, Coco Picks, what I did was I just have it cycling through randomly all the voices I've picked up. And I've kind of just picked up random voices because I was trying out different things. But no, Coco's voice thing will just randomly cycle through whatever the voices are. I do also have Javier, and a bunch of people who are not my mods have the Javier voice because they speak Spanish. And when they come onto the stream and speak Spanish, I want their TTS to be able to pronounce their words correctly.
Stream Elements said, hey, did you know that you can get way more draw time by subscribing on KO-Fi? Basic Whippers, $5 gets you 30 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 70 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 200 minutes of draw time per week. John Kronz said, that's cool.
So, since you're here, do tell us, are you an artist or just a fan of the arts?
Super Johnny 91 said, are you talking to me? At Das Neuter.
Oh, I was asking John Krantz, because John Krantz comes from the Time Draws stream, which I've been popping in lately, and also we raided into Time Draws. Was that yesterday or was that last Friday? I can't remember. But we raided into Time Stream recently. Uh-oh, that was the wrong color. I have to adjust these real quick. There we go.
Okay.
So yes, the character is supposed to have, but no, Super Johnny, if you're an artist, I would love to know. So feel free to tell us about that if you are.
John Kronz said, I have been drawing for years but only to myself. I love the arts and seeing projects come to life on live streams.
That's awesome. Yeah, you definitely want to be careful with the only drawing for yourself. It is easy to lead to burnout that way. I feel like it's real important for artists to build a community of other like-minded and supportive individuals. And that super helps them, you know, maintain the drive it takes to continue doing art.
Of course I'm an artist but I don't draw publicly at Das Neuter.
Oh, that's cool, that's cool. Same advice to you. I do suggest sharing your artworks with supportive communities.
John Kronz said, I agree.
sorry, just dealing with something real quick. I think that fixed the stripes, so I'm going to go ahead and move back to the background sketches, but if you're still here and still listening, Coco, do let me know if there's any other changes that need to be fixed. It's a very cool looking cave. On the right layer.
Super Johnny 91 said, "You know at das Neuter drawing is my life since I was a kid and I always loved to draw different things such as anime and cartoons and superheroes and more."
That's awesome. I totally had a year or two where I was drawing superheroes when I was young. And then I started drawing anime more often. Also, I drew dinosaurs a lot, but that's not the same. But yeah, definitely had time where I was drawing a lot of anime, and definitely had a time where I was drawing a lot of superheroes.
Nice thumbs up sign. John Kron said, "At Super Johnny 91 same, I got into drawing Dragon Ball Z characters when I was like 9 or 10.
Heck yeah, Dragon Ball Z! I totally drew Dragon Ball Z. I want to say I started off with Pokemon, though. I mean, I liked Dragon Ball Z for quite a while before I ever attempted it. Just because it's very difficult to draw, while Pokemon are like, you know, basic shapes. With Dragon Ball Z, you basically have to get the anatomy of a whole human being together, or it looks really bad. And every time I attempted it, it looked really bad because I had no anatomy training. It's really disappointing to me, like, how much I could have been doing all along, you know? If only I'd had the right training. But at the same time, I didn't have much executive function back then. My ADHD was really bad.
At John Kron's, "That's awesome, man."
Yeah. I think it's also just that I was so tired all the time because of my sleep disorder. So, like, even though I was getting treated for my ADHD back then, I wonder this wasn't showing up, it was the wrong color. Dang it, I have clicked that color 3 times now. It needs to actually select it. But no, if I could have actually gotten sleep, then I could have maybe had the motivation to work on these things and maybe could have had some support. I don't know. It's just all the time I've lost, and now basically starting from scratch now, trying to learn art as quickly as I can so I can make as much as I can with what time I have left.
John Kron said, "I have the ability to look at something and pretty much copy it to paper, so for instance like a playing card I can put onto a wall if I tried."
Dang, that is a lot of talent.
Mischief Horn said, "Isn't sleep optional though?"
I know, right? Depends on what you want to do, you know? If you want to have the motivation to pursue a passionate art career, then you're going to need sleep.
Yes, LOL.
Who needs sleep? No, you're never gonna get it. Who needs sleep? Tell me what's that for? No need sleep, no you never gonna get, 'cause I haven't had a wink since the Second World War. Okay, now let's make a separate layer for adding flowers. The timer is in fact counting down like it should be. I have to run an ad and then get the music to play again. I'll see everyone in about 60 seconds and hopefully the music will be working by then.
More out of every moment this summer. Mazda has
John
more
Cron said,
2025
I also have
IIHS
26
Top
years in the
Safety Plus
RC
awards
car
than
and
any
truck
other
hobby
brand
and I'm
as of
planning
May
on making my own
2025.
drag racing
What more
cars.
could you ask for? Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit iihs.org to learn more.
Zonstone Gazer says, hydrate. Felucia du Globo says, Drummy.
Welcome in, Pelucia. I don't know what you look like. You would have to show me what you look like.
John Kron said, I'm just afraid of copyright law with some of these companies with how my parts will be made.
Oh, using some 3D printing, I'm guessing. That makes sense, that makes sense. I didn't know they could copyright RC parts. That doesn't sound right to me.
John Kron said, I can't afford a 3D printer, although yes, that would be beautiful to have and probably save a bunch of time.
Fair enough, fair enough. Then why are you concerned about copyright on the RC parts you're looking to buy?
Feraligator 2425 said, it may be good to test out somewhat how the mechanics will work.
That's true, that's true.
John Kron said, I will be making them out of metal and will be machining them, but there are certain designs cause they own them pretty much just like Lego with their stuff.
Oh, I see, I see. It sounds pretty ridiculous to, like, copyright RC parts, but what do I know? Gotta make money somehow, I guess.
Like you can see if the axle placement is good.
Very impressive that you're making them yourself. Do you have a forge at home or are you renting one?
Feraligator2425 said, I mean RC cars aren't like a actual car where everything is for the most part replaceable, unless it's super specific parts they need.
I don't know, I kind of presumed it was, but I wouldn't know actually.
John Kron said, yeah lol, I have to make my parts look completely original and that's difficult to do. I have everything drawn out already but a few things need to be tweaked because it's too close to Traxxas.
That makes sense, that makes sense. So it sounds like you will be able to basically just tweak them a little to make it work.
They're just fancy toy cars. Zon Stonegazer says. Or how Warner Brothers patented the Nemesis system so others can't use it, and the Warner Brothers games that were going to have it got canned.
Yeah, that's both hilarious and dumb. Very upset that they tried to do that. I feel like the entire concept of intellectual property is a really bad system for trying to compensate artists. Like, I get it's the only system we have, therefore we should respect it because that's the only way artists are getting paid nowadays. But like, the whole thing is just basically threatening people to not take inspiration from stuff, and like, that's our only way to get paid is to threaten people to not draw certain things. Like, by definition, it's just preventing people from drawing what they want. And like, it doesn't even work that well, because if you're just a regular small-time artist, you're never gonna benefit from copyright law. Like, people can rob you all the time. You don't have the resources to go after them. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't get you paid. The only people that benefit from it are the people who don't need it. You know, like Nintendo and Disney, who have tons of money. But I don't know. Obviously I respect it because it's all we have, but yeah.
Everything is replaceable. That's what I'm saying. Like the RC is literally a modified toy. Right. Yes. They go over 200 miles per hour. Stream Elements said, hey, did you know you can get more off-stream draw time per dollar by subscribing on DeviantArt? Basic Whippers, $5 gets you 25 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 60 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 175 minutes of draw time per week. Feraligator2425 said, TBH, those closed species things aren't gonna come after me if I doodle out a character similar / within its lore design.
Yeah, for real. Alright, I'm going to pause on drawing for just a minute and put some food in my face. I'm gonna run an ad while that's going. Choose good. I choose good.
John Kranz said, LOL exactly. Zon Stonegazer says, fun fact, Disney lobbied for the copyright law the way it is today. Feraligator2425 said, "This ain't Nintendo, bro. Anyways, I like how the cave BG is looking." Feraligator2425 said, "Ads are done DW."
Thank you so much. I'm glad that the background is turning out good right now. As I mentioned, I'm eating, so I might have to pause, like, I might be a little bit slow on replies, every which one. Also, I'm gonna have the timer paused while I'm eating. But yeah, I'm kind of considering adding some flowers to the foreground to continue to add to the directional influence of this, like, bunny character jumping back, you know? I also need to figure out where the light source is coming from. Probably gonna have the light source come heavily from the right, which makes sense. I guess I just always have, I'm starting to wonder if I always am just having my characters looking at the light source, and that's how I've been doing it every time. I'm definitely going to start looking at that more closely. But at this point, I definitely am going to make more flower layers and try to add a bit more flowers around here to the background. Then when I get to the layers in the background that are further back, I'm going to start having less detail on it, and each flower is just going to be like a little dot. But we'll see. I have to keep eating.
Feraligator2425 said, "Honestly, even if you accidentally have the subject stare at the light, it looks oddly ethereal, if that's the right word for what I'm thinking."
Let me take a look. What does Webster say about ethereal? Extremely delicate and light in a way that seems too perfect for this world.
That sounds somewhat correct actually. Feraligator2425 said, I keep thinking this is the ambient music of Spore.
Pretty good ambient music. Really glad I found it. It really helps me concentrate, and I feel a lot better and less distracted. I hope y'all can hear me again. I have the microphone back and I'm done eating. So we're gonna go ahead and turn the timer back on and get back to work. Okay, we're gonna continue messing around with these flowers because this part of the background just doesn't have enough of them. It really needs more.
John Kron said, glad you had noms.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling a lot better now. Where the heck can I put this one?
Feraligator2425 said, what you eat though?
My darling precious girlfriend picked me up some, oh god, what are they called? They're, I have no idea what they're actually called, but what they were these little chicken wraps with buffalo chicken and jalapenos and hot sauce from Jack in the Box, and it was amazing and delicious. And extremely hot and spicy, and I really liked it. I will probably regret eating them later, but that is future Snooter's problem.
Sounds yummers.
Uh-huh. Was heckin' yummers. Why did that just disappear? T, Control T, right click. There. Right click. Okay, that's not helping. Click Enter, T, Control T, and use my perspective tool.
Actually, there is a Jack in the Box not horribly far from me.
Dang, am I getting them extra customers for their spicy little chicken wrap burrito things, whatever they're called?
Feraligator2425 said, I'd get it if I got ranch with it too.
Alright, we have a ding. I think next time I'm going to continue adding white flowers because this just isn't enough. And then do the white flowers in the distant background and then the white flowers in the front. Yeah, ranch is so good with spicy food, for real, for real. Let's see who's next on the list. Next up we have Dino Lover 42. I'm going to play an ad real quick, and then we'll get started.
John Kron said, absolutely. So I'm not suffering the whole time.
Do I have two different shadow layers? That makes no sense. Either way, I think the shading is done on... I think all the shadow is done on this, and it's just a matter of doing the highlight. So first, let's see what color I used for my shadows. That's the color I thought it was. And then we just do the opposite. Saturation 20, value maximum.
Ranch is good on veggies too, but that's probably bias on my end.
No, I agree. So maybe not every single object on this entire thing should have maximum spectrosity. Let's choose wisely. Honestly, I want their bodies to have spectrosity. And their clothes can be matte. Okay, that color is actually indistinguishable from light. Which means we can no longer shade with it. Which means we can't highlight it. This color's also super bright. So we're going to need a layer with more opacity. think we lost the music again. I'm gonna see what I can do about that in a bit here. Well, that's not working. Dang it, and I was having a lot of fun highlighting too.
Feraligator2425 said, it looked fun.
It was. I still have some more highlighting to do before it's done. But we're getting there.
I might actually do Sothing today.
What is Sothing? Next up is Mischief Horn. And I have to play an ad real quick. So I'll see everyone in about a minute. And then you can tell me what Sothing is.
Mischief Horn said, heard name wa?
We are working on your request right now, Mischief.
I meant something. My rush doesn't help.
Fair enough, fair enough. So, what are you thinking of doing today? Oh, right, you don't have the subscription, so you might not be able to hear me right now since we're on ad break.
I was gonna do the art, FR this time.
Oh dang, for real this time. That changes everything. You're doing it for real.
I think there was too much going on at home yesterday.
Yeah, we all have days like that. My yesterday was an absolute clusterfluff.
Stream Elements said, hey, in addition to extra boops, I am also offering off-stream draw time to all my subscribers. In fact, as a subscriber, your weekly off-stream draw time will be guaranteed even if you miss a stream. Tier 1, 15 minutes total. Tier 2, 30 minutes total. Tier 3, 100 minutes total. Valueriduke24 said, "Hi Snooter."
Hello, Unluriduke. I hope you're doing well. As you can see, we are working on the request for Mischief Horn right now. Mischief Horn is a subscriber, so they get 10 minutes. They also redeemed a super slot, which means they get 20 minutes in addition to their base 10 minutes. So we're spending half an hour working on this request for Mischief Horn, who is also the individual who just gave me a Hail Hydrate.
Mischief Horn just redeemed Hail Hydrate for 5 points.
Alright, let's get this water bottle and give it a shake. And open up my water bottle and get a drink. Thank you for the hydrate.
Remember to hydrate your shrimps.
Is true. They'll dry up if they don't get hydrated. So what has everyone been up to since last week? I know some of you were here yesterday, but the rest of you have gone a whole week. You must have done something cool in that time. Do tell us.
John Nova 85 said, "I ordered a few Mr. Crystal boxes and a nice lighted stand for it."
Mr. Crystal boxes? What are those? I don't think I've ever heard of that before.
Hoping to get them soon. Mystery.
Oh, a mystery. So it's like a mystery box service?
Feraligator 2425 said, "It's a blind box thing it seems."
Yeah, that makes sense, that makes sense.
John Nova 85 said, it's a seller who sells skus of crystals and gems and certain weights. I also have a few nice towers. I wanted the stand for it has like 28 lit platforms.
Oh my gosh, Sammy, do you have to stand on me and meow your little kitty brains out? Really? You do? You do? Oh my gosh, little Sammy Sam. Little Sammy Sam. Guess who gets pets? That's the big old Sammy Sam. Such a big purr, kitty. Such a big purr. We loves him. Yeah, not sure if y'all could hear him. He's a bit of a whiner. He likes to whine a lot.
Meow. Feral Ligator 2425 said, do you give them noggin kisses too?
Of course, what else is their little kitty noggins for? Cause I'll tell you one thing, as sure as heck ain't for brains, that ain't what it's for. They ain't got any of those. So it must be for forehead kisses.
Mischief Horn said, how dare not show us the kitty?
Okay. I'll see what I can do. Maybe post it in the Discord. Oh my gosh, this cat. This cat is purring so much. Okay, just a sec. I know I took a picture of this cat very recently, but I have to make sure it doesn't include any of me or the housemates in the background.
John Kranz said, I roadie for a local band and we played at our landlord's place for the 4th of July and they had fireworks there too.
That's so cool. I can't quite tell. Hold on. Okay, that's not a thing anymore. Let's try my file manager. And let's pet this cat.
I don't think we heard the meows too much.
That's a shame, that's a shame. He's busy purring now. Sitting in my lap, so full of purrs. Let me open this up in full. Anyone in the background? No one in the background. Okay.
I heard the purr of.
Oh, that's good, that's good. Cat has a lot of purr.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, what's their name if I may ask?
We have like 5 cats in this house. The one who's crawling on me right now and who whines all the time is a big chonking kitty who has to just meow his little brains out. That one is Sammy. Yes, Sammy. He is not the smart one. No, he is not. Not too bright of a kitty. Oh, I can't share those because there's a reflection. That one doesn't have a reflection. That one does not have a reflection, just this one.
There's so me. John Nova 85 said, poor Sammy.
Yeah, poor Samilton. Little Samus Aran. He's convinced he will die if he doesn't get the pets. Yeah, shame I can't share that one. Oh well. And send. Alright, I haven't made a pet channel yet in the Discord, but so I just put it in general for now. Okay, let me pet this cat. Let me pet this cat and tell him he's a good cat, even though he's not. And then we'll get back to work. Good boy. Alright. So, the other cat we have that we moved here with is Nelson. Nelson and Sammy, they're not technically brothers, but they were raised together, so they're basically brothers, and they look the same, so they're basically brothers. But they're like total opposites. Sammy is anxious and stupid and whines a lot. Nelson is super quiet and sleeps all the time. He has like the tiredest little kitty face. He'll just look up at you and barely be able to open his tiny little kitty eyes and just be like, why? Why is the world waking me up? I'm such a sleepy little kitty. Yeah, he likes to crawl up on you and then just fall asleep. And he gives lots of headbutts. Sammy is the opposite. Sammy doesn't like too much attention on his head. He doesn't like putting his face in people's face. And Nelson will absolutely just walk up to you and whack his sleepy little kitty head into your face and nuzzle you to pieces. It's adorable.
Mischief Horn said, OMG empty head kitty.
That is a fact, that is a fact.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, brother from another mother.
There are two things in this cat's head. One is food, the other is anxiety.
Stream Element said, hey, did you know that you can get way more draw time by subscribing on KO5? Basic Whippers, $5 gets you 30 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 70 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 200 minutes of draw time per week.
So, in case anyone actually watches these VODs, if you would like to see the cat, you can join the Discord.
John Nova 85 said, resping cat face. Resting.
Yeah. For real. Sammy has, like, blep a lot of the time, and it's really cute. He's too stupid to keep his stupid tongue in his mouth. And it just comes out, and it's adorable, and every time I see it, I have to pull out my phone and take a picture of it. It's legally required, according to the Kitty Council. I have to run an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in about a minute. And we are back from ad break. It was definitely the best time to run an ad break since everyone was on the Discord looking at Sammy anyway. You hear that, Sammy? You hear that, Sammy cat? A bunch of strangers on the internet are looking at you. That's right, Sammy. They like to look at you and see pictures of you while you sleep. You silly kitty. How'd you get to be such a kitty, cat? How'd you get to be such a kitty? Wow, this tail looks like... These lines look like Garbo. What the heck? What the heck happened here? I'll worry about that later.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, he was spawned as a cat, bro.
It's true. He is such a needy kitty. You don't understand. When I first met this kitty, he was super anxious and like wouldn't let anybody pet him. Was always hiding. Was just such a spaz. But like, as soon as he gets to know you, gets petted a couple times, then he just won't leave you the fluff alone. Also, he's so dumb, he doesn't know how to retract his claws, so he is constantly getting stuck on things. It is very silly.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, wait, are you doing subs RN or are we at the requests?
Nah, still at subs. I know, right? There are 12 subscribers right now. And only like 2 of the subscribers on the lists are people who don't have active requests. That means every day there's 10 people who have a guaranteed request slot on the stream. Like, remember before how I was like, oh yeah, 10 is like the perfect number. I might have to bring it down to 8 because we're still going overtime. No, that's just the subscribers before we do any of the requests now. And I gave them more time. Ugh. I'm gonna die. Yep, no other explanation, no other plan. Just gonna die. No other solution. Gonna fall over and go splat, because I'm so tired.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, same. I'm gonna double die loudly crying face.
It's true, it's true. I'm not the only one tired today, huh? I hope you got sleep last night and everything.
I'm not tired TBH, I'm just saying I'd be dying too.
Oh yeah, for real, for real. 12 subscribers plus, what was it? 3 request slots and 1 early bird.
Mischief Horn just redeemed Hail Hydrate. For 5 points.
Sorry about taking so long. I readjusted my tablet slightly and now my entire brain is completely decalibrated. It's driving me crazy. It keeps leaning off to the right, so I turned it back to the left and now I'm can't get my brain to adjust itself to the new angles.
Mischief Horn just redeemed BOOP to Snoot.
Thank
for
you
5
for the
points.
Snoot Boop.
Mischief Horn said, didn't it beep?
Yeah, it beeped. It's time for the next one. Let me see here. Next up is S101X. Let me grab some water. Give my water bottle a shake. And open it up. And get a drink. I think we might actually be done with the foreground shading on this one. I should probably do the background shading before I completely finish the foreground with lighting. But first I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
The gold recluse said, "Huzzah."
And we are back. Welcome in, Gold Recluse. I hope you've been doing well while you were gone. We have done lots more work. Sorry, I'm just starting to get a little tired. I'm glad I'm not super tired like I was yesterday. I'm confident I can get through the rest. There's only 5 turns left. Come to think of it, there's basically nowhere I'd want to do hard shadow on this.
Gajalotfan King Kampf said, "Hope I can sleep good today."
Yeah, same. Like, me getting my life back together completely depends on me being able to sleep well every single night. One way or the other. I have, like, a couple medications that can help with it if I have trouble, but it's just a lot of pressure that every single night I'm basically fighting to get my life back.
John Nova 85 said, "Sorry you're going through that."
Yeah, it's how it always is. Gotta find some way to cure this sleep disorder. It costs me too much not to.
Feraligator 2425 said, wait, is the big slot set to one use?
What do you mean the big slot? Do you mean the super slot?
At least for this once. Yeah.
Just a minute. I don't believe so. Give me a sec. I'm almost done with the background, just give me a second. Okay, so today we had a super slot go to... I believe I have the super slots limited at 2 today. One went to Coco for Coco Picks. I believe the other one went to Mischief Horn. I'm guessing you have enough points for a super slot. Yeah.
John Nova 85 said, just hit 5k lol.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I set them a bit low today because I was a little concerned about how, I was a little bit concerned about going over schedule. Yeah, normally I want them to be more at like 3 and 4. Like around that area, but I just had them a bit low today. Just in case. And sure enough, we are 3 seconds away from 4 hours. And we have more than an hour left. I overdid it.
Feraligator 2425 said, yet I do. Jaxie C. Corgi said, I've got a new OC.
Oh, that's so cool, that's so cool. You should show us your OC in the Discord. Put in, I believe, general chat, or maybe the reference dump. Unless you drew it yourself, and if you drew it yourself, you should totally put it in the open art channel.
It's cool, I'll save. Jaxie C. Corgi just redeemed BOOP to Snoot. For 5 points. I think being a subber shouldn't be permitted to use the slot things.
Yeah, I'm honestly considering that myself, but I have no way of programming it to do that. Like, the only way that I could do that is just refunding subscribers every time they buy a request slot, and that I don't think would be fun for anyone.
Your health and well-being are more important.
Much
Jaxie C.
appreciated,
Corgi
much
said,
appreciated.
a chunky honey badger.
But yeah, I agree, like, subscribers already have a guaranteed slot. It's a little silly that they, are buying extra, but I also feel like a lot of the people who are buying those request slots don't even realize that they're a subscriber now and they don't need to.
I won it in raffle. John Nova 85 said, I mean you don't want to punish subs.
Exactly, you know, I don't want to punish subs either, and it feels like 10 times more of a punishment or a slap in the face if I'm, like, refusing and, like, refunding them every time that they do this. Every time that they get by a request slot, and it's like, I don't know. And also, like, one of the benefits of being a subscriber is that you get extra channel points, so I really can't. And, like, the whole point of extra channel points is extra time, so no. I do see where you're coming from for Alligator, but we really can't afford to do that. Because, you know, they're getting extra channel points. They should be able to use it on getting some kind of reward.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, TBF, I feel like a jerk bringing up the whip of my thing in the server too, so idk.
Well, I mean, you don't have to bring it up. Like, I keep almost forgetting about it, like, every time. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that was a thing. Alternatively, we could just go back, after this request, we could just go back and finish your original request that we started with and then didn't finish. And then we wouldn't have to say that anymore. We could just finish it. Yeah, I think you get the idea. Sorry, I'm a little tired and not communicating directly, and like, you know, you can literally hear me going through my thought processes aloud here. Just trying to figure things out as I go, as I stumble through them. But, okay, I really want to highlight this horn. I know the timer went off, but I really want to highlight this horn. So it looks so cool. Yeah. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love highlight. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to not put a highlight on the jacket, but I think I'm going to put a highlight on these little red things here. And probably the little gold, the little gold tassets that go with it. Also, I think S101X would probably appreciate highlight in the beard. If I can make it work. Let's check who's next on the list. Next up is Glow Squid.
Stream Elements said, today's music was provided by Vivek Abhishek. For high quality, royalty-free music, check out.
Thank you, Vivek Abhishek. We're gonna play an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in about a minute.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, not that one, but the one you're working on recently. Feral Ligator 2425 said, but I'll eventually finish that one ref piece. The very first request I made last year is from.
That sounds cool. I would love to see it. So, do the characters Asila and Alyssa have, like, extended backstories? Or, like, a comic or a fan fiction or something that you have for them?
Right. Not only did we finish the foreground, we did the entire background sketch. That means we are ready to start lining next time. Let's go ahead and run an ad, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Gajalotfan King Kampf said, I am here but lurk.
Did you ever send a reference for what you look like? 'Cause the directions say that this is supposed to look like your clothes, and I don't know what clothes you wear. And did you want it with your hair? I don't know what you look like that in that way either. I don't know if you sent this to me on Discord or something, but
I need the references for this. They're not... Oh, never mind. It's over here. Found it. Never mind. We're good. I'm gonna go ahead and start the timer and get started.
Hair go okay for it.
CrowdStrike, Endpoint Security. CrowdStrike pioneered an adversary-focused approach to modern endpoint security. Contact us to learn how you can stop adversaries faster with CrowdStrike Endpoint Security.
Feraligator2425 said, what they?
Sorry, my ad blocker stopped working.
The Gold Recluse said, crowd strike. Gajalotfan King Kampf said, looks awesome.
Thank you so much, Godzilla King Kong. I'm glad you like it thus far.
Feraligator2425 said, small question, do you think it's cute / funny when a cat grabs a toy and their paws up in the air?
Yes, it is adorable. Basically, almost anything a cat does is adorable, but that is particularly adorable.
Like they holding it up.
Oh my gosh, that sounds just so cute. I could die if I ever saw it. Would die of cuteness all over the floor. Cuteness overload.
Well, that's good to know because I was gonna draw that ghost cat OC from Art Fight doing it.
That sounds awesome. Aha, now you have to do it.
Thank you for the follow Monarch art stuff.
Thank you for the follow Monarch art. As you can see, we are doing art requests today. I am attempting to do a reflection and regretting trying.
In a ghostly way, of course. LMAOOL.
Selections are so dang hard to do. Convincingly.
Monarch Art Stuff said, "This reflection actually looks really good NGL. The perspective is really impressive." Desnooter said, "Welcome to the stream. We do art requests here every Friday. As a first timer, you are pre-approved for 10 minutes of draw time on your very own free art request. If you are interested, be sure to read the rules first, then comment your request into the chat. Otherwise, feel free to just chill with us." Rules if you are having a hard time finding them. Requests for details on more free draw time. Discord to join our community and get updates on your request. Feel free to ask me anything, or type FAQ to access the FAQ. Oh no. Gajalotfand King Kong said, "Really good it look." I forgot the messages appear out of nowhere. Also hi at Monarch Art Stuff.
Hey, I really appreciate that. I hope it is turning out okay. I am trying to get all the aspects right. So tricky. But yes, Monarch Art Stuff, welcome in. As I'm sure you heard the bot screaming at the top of its lungs, we are doing art requests today. This is an art request for Godzilla King Kong transformation, who asked for an Indoraptor. Let me just read it. I'm thinking about something like transformation into this kind of dinosaur wearing clothes of myself looking into mirror with confused face. As you can see, I put like the directions down in a little text file and save it with the drawing file so that at any time I can pull up exactly what they said and get it right.
Plush Draco sneaks into Munch on crayons.
Excuse me, I need those crayons for drawing, please. Need those crayons for drawing. Those are drawing crayons, not eating crayons. Excellent. So I'm gonna go just a little longer. I know the timer went off, but I just want to put in the eye real quick.
Feral Ligator 2425 said, "I think I'm drawing a cat pee well."
What? A cat pee? Why are you drawing? What did you type? What did you type? Cat pee well. Why are you drawing cat pee? I'm confused.
Gajalotfand King Kong said, "It's okay so." Monarch Art Stuff said, "Oh neat. I'll probably save up more points before going for a request. That and I don't have any ideas RN."
That's
Sweating
fine,
face.
that's fine. If you'd like to at least hang out with us in the meantime, let me go ahead and give you our Discord.
At Plush Draco no, bad Draco. At Monarch Art Stuff it's alright, the wait may at least help with you getting any ideas. Join us on Discord for discussion, art sharing, WIP updates, and announcements about the upcoming streaming schedule.
Alright, so the Stream Elements is going to do the shout out for me, but I just wanted to give a special thanks, especially to Plush Draco, who has been supporting me for months now. Like, for quite a while. I was actually looking at the file recently. Here, let me pull it up in the downloads. My subscriber list, open.
https://discord.gg/xqd4pvum.
9 months. Plush Draco has been supporting me for 9 months straight. So all of you are legally required to go over to their stream and give them a follow, because Plush Draco is making this happen and contributing greatly to making this stream here possible, and we appreciate them. We also have to run an ad though, so I'm gonna do that, and then next on the list is Kamajot.
Desnooter says https://discord.gg/rg4fuzb.
Okay, I know I have the settings set to ignore that, so what the heck?
I shortened pretty, so I'm saying I'm drawing the cat pretty well.
Oh, that makes sense, that makes sense.
Stream Elements said, "Heya. You should heckin' check out Plush Dracov, where they do repo it."
I could have sworn there was an ignore URL setting. Alright, let's see if I can find Kamajots. Kamajots. I'm just gonna go in the folder and search it. Uh-oh. Nothing came up when I searched Kamajots. Does anyone remember what Kamajot's request was? We could be in trouble here.
Gajalotfan King Kong said, "I am off for today. Wish you a good weekend."
You
Feral
as
Ligator
well. Thank you for stopping
2425
by.
said, "I sadly don't."
That's weird. Why is nothing coming up when I type that in? That makes no sense. Could have sworn we worked on Kamajots like recently too. Hey Kamajots, are you in chat? Here you are. No wonder I remembered that. I don't know why it didn't show up when I searched. Yeah, I knew this sounded familiar because, like, Kamajot sent me a million requests of this character. His arms are not right. Whatsoever, whatso-raptor. I am this close to just nuking them entirely. Alright, let's start this timer and see what I can do with this. I'll see if I can salvage it, but I might just nuke it. So come on, let's get wider bicep, elbow, forearm,
Stream Elements said, hey, did you know that you can get way more draw time by subscribing on KO-Fi? Basic Boopers, $5 gets you 30 minutes of draw time per week. Double Doodles, $10 gets you 70 minutes of draw time per week. Super Snooters, $25 gets you 200 minutes of draw time per week.
Alright, I'm struggling, so I'm maybe not going to spend the whole stream on just the hand. Maybe gonna keep moving. Yeah, I'm gonna do clothes, because I think I can make some progress on those. Oh, looks like I've already started on the clothes. Excellent. I think I'm gonna have to make this an amalgamation of the outfits here. Right, I'm gonna run an ad real quick. I'll see everyone in a minute. Well, that's not working. don't know why I was having such a hard time with this one today. I really should have gotten more done. I don't know, I'm probably just getting really tired and burnt out. Last up is Lock the Epic.
Feraligator2425 said, I know I'm one to stay for the whole stream, but I think I may just go for now since I stored up enough points for my liking.
Alright, sounds good. I completely relate, cause I am exhausted right now. So you take care of yourself and be sure to work on your ghost cat. And of course you have to send me the drawing of the ghost cat when you're done drawing it. Is required.
I hope stream goes well nonetheless.
Indeed, indeed. I'm hoping I can find someone good to raid today.
It's not my ghosty, but I bet they'd props like a alt art with Silver petting the cat too.
Yeah. That'd be pretty cute. Wow, I am really losing it. I'm suddenly being hit with like all the fatigue all at once. Alright, we have a ding. I got more done than I thought I would. 5 minutes. I think that's the end of the list, which is good because I am about to pass the fluff out. I need to end this stream before this stream ends me. Thank you all so much for coming today. I appreciate all of you. Sorry for running out of energy towards the end. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid to. Okay, we're gonna go with Pixelite Skunk, who I believe was a recommendation from several months ago. Let's go ahead and click the Start Raid button, and it'll give us a countdown. Thank you all for coming today. I am going to go lay the fluff down as soon as I can. I appreciate all of your patience, understanding, and overwhelming support. Night-night.
Siri_bot said, have a great rest of your day.